Let's see. Let's hear the audio here. Let's hear the audio here. Just have to check if that's all coming in. That's all coming in. That's just have. Okay. There's a little bit of feedback, I think. Still? Yes. Okay. Now we're here. Hello, everybody. Just going to do a chill stream today, some production. I have a lot of different things that I want to do on this track here, so we're gonna get through it. I'm just gonna start with the intro and work through the list. So overall, there's a lot of elements that I'm not happy with. There's, for example, this flute here, which sounds a bit wonky. I could have it a little bit louder here on my part. Hello Klaus, how are you doing? It's quiet because yeah. Not really the greatest flute. The very first thing before I forget that I want to check out is this one sound did not sound in key to me. I have it written down. Maybe it's just the way that that sound sounds. This seems to be playing in F sharp, while the MIDI is in G sharp. Hello Psycho, how are you doing? I'm doing very well. Nice chill production here. I just don't see the reason why this sounds out of tune. Okay, so now it's A sharp. If I do +2, if I do -2, it's F sharp. How does it change 4 semitones into semitones? Huh? I don't get this. Do we need to change? This is clearly F sharp. Because of the setting of the preset in Abyss. Yeah, but it is a pitch of 0. I don't think there's a modifier on it. If I click here, there's no modifier, no mod wheel, no nothing. Oh wait, there's a scale. Ah. Well, that explains a lot. Let me set the position back to where it was. This was like this was there. That makes a lot of sense now. Strange that preset have predetermined scales though. By the way, is my... yeah, my volume is still being ducked off the desktop, so that should be okay. Hello Malogify, how are you doing? Here I wanted to remove this thing, I think. Yeah. Just doesn't fit the track. Abyss sounds awesome, yes. Nice pun there. I have no space to leave my checklists. I can cross some of these off. I want to change this ARP. I don't like how it sits in the track. I'm thinking of doing it 1 octave higher, maybe. This macro determines the filter cutoff itself. I'm gonna make both of them a little bit lower. It's obviously way too loud here, so I'm going to half it. Let's see, how loud is this in here? This one's pretty loud in there, I think. Wait, we have the vocal 2 times. Why? This one is cleaner. I think the filter cutoff here is a little bit too high, which means that the vocals aren't really coming through as much as I want. We can already start dipping down the volume here. I want to know what is causing kind of the build up in volume here. It feels like these are still a bit too loud for me. Or it's just overall muddy, I would say. I would use this more for the higher kind of tones. And then here we can potentially bump the volume back up. That should transition nicely. Okay, and there's these elements which are a little bit too low, I would say. We do have a little bit of a lack of elements here. It's a little bit of a boring segment, I would say. Let's see if we can make some cool, because also the intro is fairly boring. Let's see if we can create some cool elements that can sustain us throughout the intro and the first drop. We used to have this flute here, but I don't like it. This is it. Really doesn't sound the way that I want it to sound. So let's see if we can get something else. Theoretically, we should be able to find maybe something in Sound Factory. Kind of like a pad sound, I would say. Why does it not show all pads? Why does it say 0 here? Ah, yes, of course. The searching was still in there. Let's see if we can find some cool sounds like this. Not really what I'm after, to be honest. Soft. Let's see soft. Angel strings. Or make something in Vital, maybe. I'm looking for something more real world kind of instrument. So here I see like choir, voice, strings and voice, those kind of stuff. That's what I'm looking for. Not something synthetic. Although here I'm not getting something very like realistic from. I'm looking for a main element, and that's very annoying because main elements are very hard to come by, to be honest. What's this? We can make some kind of war horn. Maybe from here. I would think that that's maybe a little bit too dark for what I'm going for. I think these are all instruments and not presets. Interstellar bad. Okay. Lost in space. Oh, they give you effects as well. Hello, Cider. It's not really expressive enough, this sound. I think that is a little bit the problem in M Sound Factory. They're very generic sounds, and so it doesn't really stand out. I could try something in Omnisphere. That usually works. I have some free stuff for Contact as well. It's getting cold in this part of the world. Library. Let's see, I'm just going to open up a random instrument here. It's taking a while. This might be one of those like big collections where all of the samples are loaded for everything. I don't know, I'm not familiar with Contact like a whole lot. This is just the free player version. It's one of the things I want to get into with very themed music. Contact is actually kind of a must-have, to be honest. I wonder what this does. It's a normal piano. Not really psychedelic, I would say. Tape choir. That's kind of cool. We can see if we can make a chord progression for choir under it, which would mean that this would go in the voice or vocal stuff. Let's see if we can just write something cool in the intro. I'm starting the first half with something fairly dark, I would say, maybe. So just the root note fairly low. That's cool. We can make it more interesting by layering in the 7th note an octave below, like this. And we go for a stronger note here. Let's do like a full chord here. It is very loud right now. It's not really the element that I was looking for either. But it might sound nice as a little bit of a background pad thing. Just a little bit of a background thing. Not really what I was looking for in terms of main element. I think I'll just have to go with Omnisphere. I still have the habit of sometimes going into my folder or in my plugins folder and not using the menu that I have. Let's see. Omnisphere, one of the cool ways to use it is looking for a preset like this. See if you like it. It's kind of cool. I would love it if it did not have a rhythm to it. I don't know where it's coming from, the rhythm here. Is that just a delay? No, you can still hear it. There's nothing in here. Maybe the LFO. It is something to do with this LFO here. I think. You can still hear it, right? It doesn't change per LFO, I think. If I move this lower, it stays the same, yes. Or per synth engine. Something is modulating. Show modulation LFO2. Unmodulate. This one as well. Nice. Thank you for the pointers. I should actually study how this synth works because it's so complex. I don't think there's a good way to see the modulation. It shows up here maybe if you... But I don't know how to see modulation. Ah, wait. Wait. This is a modulation page. Unison detune, we don't want that. Yeah, we basically don't need any modulation, I think, on this sound. Let's turn the effects back on. I will remove that one harmonic with an EQ from it. Just completely. I'm gonna do my delay separately, I think. So yeah, this one is so close, we don't need that. And this the same, we don't need it. We'll just use like a standard delay here. A little bit of an effect kind of sound on top of it, I like it. Let's freeze this. It's probably just going to loop. So we'll have a loop and then I'll fade it out and this will be like the start of the intro, I think. Flatten. Or maybe I'll use like the tail from it. Find an interesting spot. That's kind of cool. Just using like one of those plugs. Let's see, if we just take this plug here and put this at the start. It is still a little bit messy after that, so I'm going to redo the delay kind of. It will still be in here. But now with the extra delay. Let's get rid of that other spike too. And now let's add some reverb to this. Maybe some black hole would be nice. I'm imagining like a big splash sound from this here, instead of it being so plucky as it is now. Black hole one. It is kind of a cool sound. We can use this maybe throughout the whole part here. I want some dynamics controls on here because it feels like it is really starting to fade out pretty quickly with the reverb. So we'll compress it hard with this fat style compressor. I'm going to deliberately push it out a little bit too hard, and then we'll add a saturator. This project has become so big that anytime I add something it needs to load a bit, even Ableton stuff. It's kind of cool. It's kind of a dramatic kind of sound. I like it. I like it. I just wonder how it's gonna go in a drop. That's kind of cool. Some side chaining on there. Cool idea maybe here is to offset it just a little bit for just this once. Maybe one later. I'm not sure if I want to keep it there. Maybe I would just do it like this here once still. And then here we'll move on to more electronic kind of synths kind of stuff. I would say that would be better. I would like something to contrast this. Something that fills up the space in here. I'm happy with how it went with Omnisphere. And therefore I just opened the wrong synth. I wanted to do Omnisphere again, but I was a bit too quick. Nice to see so many people show up on a Friday evening. Not always the case if I do it unannounced and stuff like that. Oh yeah, there's shuffle mode here, by the way. You can shuffle it and then just have it pick random sounds for you. Say we like something like this. Let's see what we get. I like this sound. I'm going to duplicate the synth here, which is going to take some time. And I'm just going to be browsing a few sounds actually. So give it some time. Yeah, this will be then a pad sound. But the cool thing is like, oh, I like this sound. Let's go to the original again. Shuffle again. Maybe I do want to keep this sound. Let's maybe see if we can find something similar. Vapor chimes. Sounds interesting. Oh, I did the wrong one. This one needs to be this guy. Here we need to sound match. It actually found them in a different order. I like this one too. Gonna save it by duplicating, which again in this project is taking quite a while. Maybe once I've found some sounds, it's maybe a good idea to render out a bunch of the different elements that we're kind of sure of, freeze them and flatten them so that I have a little bit of an easier project to work with. Okay, so this is our original. Let's see, sparkling pools or sea life. Let's go sea life here. That's a beautiful one. And the reason why I like to do this is because this way, with the match current selection thing, you have all sounds that kind of by nature just fit together. So in terms of theming, it's perfect. Right, and then we can turn these into atmospheres, distribute them along the whole track, and then we can just use them. Not really. Something like this. We can maybe even make chords out of them by having them play different notes. That could be very interesting. Omnisphere is a very... Eclipse is happy, yes. Yes, he loves this stuff. But I love it too. It's a great synth. It is. Well, we have to use that. That's amazing. I mean, look how easy it is to come up with ideas now. It does take its toll on the loading time in this project. But that's mostly because we're duplicating it now and then it needs to open up the whole thing. I like this one too. I might go towards a more atmospherical track for this production. Seeing as we're getting a bunch of different pads here now, we could turn that into a little bit of a theme for as long as we're not in the big synth parts. So that would also mean that we would need fewer one-shots. I'm gonna quickly save the current set. Last time I worked on this project, we lost 2.5 hours of progress. Because I wanted to check out what 100 or 1024 times oversampling would do to my PC. The answer is it would crash Ableton. And it will summon a bunch of people who enjoy Bitwig, would start complaining about plugin sandboxing or whatever. So that really is all that it does. It doesn't really do anything more. Cricket Choir. Let's see. Not really what I'm looking for. A little bit too creepy. Solar flare. A little bit too modulated. That's cool. There's a preset called Psychedelic. California, which we're obviously going to use 100%. I also like the idea of tomato space. I wonder what that means. Needs notes. Okay. Psychedelia. It's not really, it's a little bit too haunting for this one as well. Now this is the kind of stuff that I like. Bubbly, nice and warm. Okay. I might have already used that preset once. I almost remember it, I would say. Let's see if we can find some cool sounds in here now. This might be a good one to put in with the vocals. I'm going to make these the right color, so that our clips turn out the right color. Do I watch the World Cup? No, I don't. It's the first time that I don't watch it. Obviously, we don't worry about the volume right now. Let's try this one. 1 octave higher. Could I turn up my DAW volume a bit more? Yes, I can. Back to 0 dB. There we are. Let's see. Let's add an EQ to this one to remove those lower frequencies from there. I just kind of want the shimmer that's on top. Could you say the name of the software you're using to select the VSTs? I had the software a while ago. This is Live Enhancement Suite by Dylan Talchief. He does videos on it on YouTube as well. He is a much bigger YouTuber than me. But yeah, it gives you the right-click menu for anybody that doesn't know. It does a bunch of other things, like being able to do this with the middle mouse, which is very handy. Live Enhancement Suite. Yes. Just search LES Ableton and then you should be able to find it. That should be all you need to find it. I want to freeze this actually. At the end we're going to freeze all of them. But I want to freeze this one because I want to reverse it. Seeing as this is like reversed plugs already. I'm going to take the sound that we have here and then reverse it again in the same time space. Flatten. So we can just take the last one, I think. Like this. Okay, reverse that. And then we have that here, and that lines up perfectly against this. So this is kind of like on the other side, right? It's most energy sits in this area for this sound right here, which is what I want. That's nice. Nice melodic thing. Let's see if I can find here a single pure tone. And just add this down below. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. I think a little bit of fade in is warranted here. Nice little bubbly atmosphere, I would say. Okay, so we can layer some of the other synths that we still have on top of it. These other pads, let's see. This is more of a drop thing, I would say. Something that slowly rises into the drop. I think just one note will be enough. Can do some cool like rhythmic gating and panning on this. There's some cool free plugins that I should experiment with for this one actually. In modulation I have GateLab here. Successfully authorized. Nice. Does this do panning? Is that what I'm hearing? The panning here? Is there a preset that I can load somewhere? I've never used this, sorry, so that's the BPM. What if you just make like a pattern like this? Not so much flowy, but a bit more staccato throughout the whole thing. That's kind of cool, but I wanted half the speed. Does it say what this is? Oh, I like that. Is there a way for me to open up? That's the mini mapping. Is there a way for me to open up the manual here? I essentially want to set the gate length. This is very complex. Oh wait, there's randomization in here. Well, it's not what I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna have this fade in over time so that it slowly becomes louder. And then this would be part of the track, I think. I'm just gonna run through all of the different atmospheres and things that we have and just play with it like that. Something like a delay on top of here would be nice. The Echo Boy. Once we get more atmospheres and pads and stuff like that, we can use something like this as a stab, I think. And then once we have more stabs, we can mix and match everything. So let's see what other sounds we still have. This is more of a darker, lower sound for in the whole track. To add a bit of nice warmth. Maybe we'll do some gated stuff on here as well. Can see this maybe being useful towards the end. As well as it being a nice pad for in here. So I'm going to place it twice and then freeze it. I like to freeze these things pretty early on. I'll also freeze that other one, because of the kind of performance issues that we're having right now, and that all of the plugins take a while to load. So if I can quickly turn this all into audio, especially the Omnisphere pads, that's a lot better, because Omnisphere is very power hungry. So let's hope that there's no modifications that we need to make here. I'm going to have this fade in. So this is a nice, almost like bell sound for under it. I'll probably change this up every once in a while, not have it play the same thing over and over again. All of the intro pads and stuff are going to go together. So that's these three for now. I'll put this one on its own track, which I'm going to house outside of that group, because this is not part of the intro. Let's see. What I want to do is want to give every single element its own space. Let's start with that. So this is more... That's more the high end, and then... Obviously we're going to make this sound more interesting over time. There's a single note in here that I don't like. We can just filter that out. I might have this all the way. I think that might be better. Let's freeze these two. Oh, I did that wrong. Yeah, you can see everything that we're doing, we have to wait for it to register. That's an annoyance that we're getting with these large projects. But for this particular project, it's worse. I think it also has partially to do with the fact that I'm still rendering out music videos. Here, there's still a bunch of videos that I need to render out for the album. If everything goes well and there's no issues whatsoever with any of the videos, and I've already ran into one issue with one of the videos that I need to re-render, in theory that should mean that within a week, week and a half, everything is correct and everything is done. So that would be nice, and it doesn't have to be rushed up until the end. This is the sound that we put in here. What other sounds do we still have? I'd like maybe a shorter thing like this. Just to have it kind of come in and fade out. I'm going to make it 3 times. And that way we can go down octaves. And just space it far enough apart that when we freeze it, the reverb doesn't overlap. I don't think YouTube itself tells you anymore how long you've been live for. That's kind of annoying. I know it says it in OBS, but I think it used to be like nice big text in the YouTube Studio. You have to individually consolidate these. This one as well. All to 0, and then we can bring this down a whole bunch. I think I'll mostly use these things in the drop here. Like this maybe. You'll find a good way to use these. Yeah, it says it for you guys, but not for me in the YouTube Studio that I use. Or does it? Oh, it says it right here. Yeah, it does say it. Sorry. This final one, let's see. This might be cool here. I want to continue with more atmospheres, I think. Let's quickly freeze this one. Once they're in audio, they should not cause any big issues. So we can just continue on stacking elements. Might be a good idea to go through the project and kind of do a little bit of cleanup. It is a little bit boring though for on stream, so wouldn't be the best. Hello Mark. Mark Steven. Which one of those is your surname and which one is your actual name? Both of those are first names, at least in this part of the world. Maybe not in Brazil. Neither is your surname. How do you apply this dark theme to Ableton? Let me open up my look and feel settings. You can see this is Arval Dark Plus is the theme name. And then I have, oh, brightness 100%, everything at default, except zoom display, but that doesn't really have to do with the theme. This is just Arval Dark theme. Let's turn this up 6 dB. I meant 11, sorry. Oh yeah, I'm going to duplicate this. And we're just going to continue looking for more atmospheres. This one I liked, like this. We'll probably do some gated stuff on there. Mostly descendants from Portugal. That makes sense. I've heard of a few Silvas in Portugal. So now I can just look for a new preset in here. And we can just continue doing that until we have a whole bunch of different ambient sounds. Let's see if we can use a different starting point for atmospheres and then do the same trick of finding a whole bunch of different ones. That one is very aggressive. It's not something. Nope. It's a little bit of a hassle to find the right starting point. This one is pretty cool. Match current selection. I will use this. Duplicate it. It's going to be the same thing. The only thing that we need to keep in mind is now everything is already in the right group. So we need to keep in mind which one is the one that we originally use. So we close out this one and then we have to go back in here and then we can find a new one. So now we have that this old preset saved, right? Because we duplicated. That's very dark. This projector from Germany. I am Dutch, but I live in Italy. Okay, so that's too dark for me. That's a very strange sound. I like it. Let's see. This doesn't actually do anything. Let's go plus 12 as well. That actually messes it up. I don't like that. We can try just a different sound here. That's very cool. I like that. I'm going to keep that. Some German there. I think you speak a little bit of German, but not Dutch. I don't speak a lot of German, like a few words. So that won't work for me. But there's probably plenty of people speaking German in the chat. It's always like that in my chat for some reason. Arrival of the Spirits. Let's go a little bit low. All of these names, very creative. Oh. That's one I like. Duplicated it did. I'm going to move all of these that I know I'll use here. That way we can keep track of which one our original one was. Oils of Suspense. Something like that maybe. It's probably a good idea to set the right key already. So this one is the correct one. I think this one also. That's a little bit low. Let's go a bit higher. Do you recommend Omnisphere for ambient layers? Yes. I mean, listen. And it's so easy to get similar sounds. That's the best part of it. Let's put you in that right spot here as well. Check again, this one is in the right spot. Okay, so all of this is set correctly now. You want this one as well, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, for ambience this is a great synth because of the way that you can use sound matching and all of the presets sounding similar. Right, so I've selected this Arrival of the Spirits one and it will find me all presets that sound similar to that, which is really powerful. I think I'll go for just... That sounds not really like what I wanted to. But there's a nice harmony on here. Let's go plus 12, minus 12, and then power chords. So 7. I guess this is slight detune. I want to turn off the modulation here. I think this is better than the non-harmonic version. I like this more. Okay, we wait for it to duplicate and then we move it over and then we can work on our next preset. So this is how easy it is to get similar sounding sounds all together. I don't like this one, I go to the next one. This is pretty cool, maybe a few octaves higher. Not really. Let's find a different one. Hello Z-Forms. It's a bit too bright for that one. Not really what I'm looking for. Let's scroll down a bit more. Flute has it. It does also have Nightmare. It sounds very dark. Is this lowered? Yeah. We want to unmodulate this. 0 cents. Clearing my mind from music production, watching someone else doing it. That's a great way. I hope I can give you the inspiration that you want. This is a cool sound again. This would be one of the sounds that we could use as a main theme, because it's one of those nice flutes. Let's see if our keys are still set correctly. Okay, did I also do this one? Okay. Omnisphere has some cool sounds. Yes, it does. Just the selection library that comes with it is like 55 gigabytes. It's insane. And all sounds that are very different. That's what I like. Yeah, but you can just leave it on one of your hard disks, and that's good. For the amount of benefit that I get from it, I don't worry about the space that it takes up. Something like this, for me, pretty unusual, or unusable, I would say, particularly in this track. But maybe in a different track. Okay, let's see for now what we can do with all of these sounds. I think this was the flute. It does sound a bit long, right? Let's make the notes shorter. I think everything that you need is like 60 gigabytes. It's not that much. 55 gigabytes of sounds and then another few for the plugin and the presets and everything. But it's mostly the sound library that takes up all of the data, I would say. Let's see what happens if we turn this down 1 octave. It should play at half the speed, so double the length. I like that more, I think. And then maybe pitch it up again with a plugin later. I'm just going to freeze it for now. I don't know if I will use this for the eventual like theming sound of the track. It might be cool. I'll probably just start it from here then. Let's see if this is still in the right pitch in G sharp. So that's F sharp, we don't want that, we want it 2 semitones higher. That already sounds a lot nicer. This could be an answer to the sound that we have in the start, here, that one. Let's see. We have a lot of mid-range in here, but we don't have one really low note, I think. So it might be interesting to try and find kind of like a lower synth as well. Not have everything in kind of the same range. Or we could just pitch one of these down. I like the mid-range of that one. This kind of has the same as well. This is the brightest one. Let's see what happens if we pitch this one down. I compared the Omnisphere stock waveforms with the ANA from Slate, especially for Moogs and other synths emulations. They were quite close. Are there also separate soundbacks for Omnisphere? I've never really thought about it. I think the guys themselves, Spectrasonics themselves, make a lot of different sounds. To be honest, there's so much included that I never had to really find out. It's not like I'm running out of sounds already for Omnisphere, right? I'll have a version of this pitch down as well. I need ideas for music drops. I'm done here. I'll quickly play the drop. Here's some inspiration for you. Here comes a different synth that can also be inspiring. Okay, that's enough. Back to work. Okay, say that this would be one of the main instruments that we use. We'll probably duplicate it again into even into the drop, the first one at least. So we'll have to probably do some processing on this one later, just to make it fit. We'll do that with all of the ones, obviously. What do we have here? Let's turn one of them off for now, and let's freeze the other. I'm just going to keep one around disabled, so that we can always get more. Let's see if we can get some neat sound out of this. Yeah, you can see how long it takes for Ableton to catch up with what is happening. That's the one big downside of Omnisphere. Let's see. What I think I'll do is cut it up into 2 pieces, reverse this one, and then fade like this and like this. Going to consolidate this so that we keep the fade, and then I'm going to unwarp it and pitch it up an octave. Did I consolidate this or not? We can have these two fade into each other and then make this one a bit louder by setting it to 0. I'm just trying to kind of map out the way that I want the energy to flow here. Okay, so like that. And then this one is gonna go quiet. And towards the end here, we'll have it go back to 0. Or maybe even higher, something like that. And again, we'll fade over time. Ooh, I'd like this one to be a bit earlier then. If possible. Yeah, so now it fades neatly into this point here, which I like. This one has a lot of muddy frequencies as well. See if we can get it actually changes key in the last bit. I don't know if I like that. Okay, let's first continue on with the other ambiances that we have. I think this is good for the second part here, to get a nice strong tone from there. I'm also going to duplicate this one and set an octave lower. I do only produce psytrance music, yes. Well, psytrance really, it's the last 4 years. So I've produced other music before, but now I only focus on psytrance. Since the pandemic, like half a year before the pandemic, I've really gone psytrance only. And you perform live your music. I have done a few like gigs in a bar, and well, I've done one gig in a bar and a few gigs for my friends, but I've never really done like an actual live performance, I would say. Always for like my friends and something like that. I'd like to get into it. But what I think the best way for me to do that would be to go to Milan and maybe live there. Yeah, I should. Milan has a lot more opportunities because there's also people, even from my Discord server, that I know that live in or close enough to Milan that they can organize parties there. Milan or Turin or somewhere. Right now in Cremona, it's really annoying to have to... Oh, I froze the wrong thing. It's really annoying having to travel anywhere else if I want to play. And Milan, that would be a lot easier. Let's disable that for now. I think I'll have a short version of this one here. It plays a different sound every time it plays, it seems. So I'm going to space them out. Where am I from? I'm currently living in Cremona, which is a small city about an hour and a half below Milan, which makes it close enough that there's no real big underground clubs where I live, but not so close that it's easy to travel to for a party. Like everybody travels to Milan for a party, but we have to stay the night. But you're Italian? No, I'm Dutch. But I've lived here in Italy for 9.5 years. I can almost become Italian if I wanted to. But who wants that? Oh, this is nice. You see the waveform is different every time. Let's take some of these and pitch them up. Or just one. Let's see what that does. That will just create a sound of 1 bar. Oh. That's nice. I like that. I'm going to do that for all of them. My grandfather was from Sicilia. Don't tell that around here in this part of Italy, because unfortunately the northern parts and the southern parts hate each other for some reason. I think Italy's north-south divide is pretty well known, right? I mean, I knew about it before I went to Italy, so let's give this the same length. This would also qualify as like a main theme in terms of sound now, I would say. Okay, these two are pretty similar. And then we have that one. Okay. So for theming wise, I'm going to do it like this. And then we need to know where we're going to place them. So definitely not in the intro, like it is now. Probably like so. Maybe even like this would be cool. The important question is, do you like Italy more than Netherlands? It's different. It's liking it in a different way. I hate how everything is done here, but I like the people more. Like the individuals. That's a very big sound. I like it. Yeah, I am bleeding into the mic with my speakers a little bit. We tested it a while back, and it's nicer for me to produce this way, because at the end of the day, if I stream with 4 hours with headphones on, my skull just gets cramped. I can take the microphone a little bit closer to me, which is what I'm doing now, and then as thus further away from the speakers. I'll also turn the speakers down a little bit. Let's put this here. This is all still kind of temporary. I should put all of the temporary stuff in a group right now. The stuff that I don't know what I'm doing with it yet. So that would be this and this. Nice to see you here, Sleepwalker. We have a lot of regulars today. That's nice. Actually, I can enable them in the group and then just disable the group. Okay, so for ease, I'm going to all of them in a different space. That way I can listen to them individually. That's nice. With all of this stuff, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to keep it like this. Probably going to do like this. And then just have it 3 times. I don't think having it there makes sense. What we could also do is... Wait, what is the thing again? Control Alt F, right? Yeah. It's a very annoying shortcut. Anything with Alt is annoying. That's why I don't like the Reaper shortcuts now. Not that I don't like Reaper, but in Reaper all of the shortcuts are Control Alt S for save as instead of Control Shift as. Which Control Shift, I'm very quick. Control Alt, I struggle with kind of getting beyond anywhere that is like S or A, because I use my thumb then for the Alt. And normally I use my thumb for the action key, so the letter that comes with the shortcut. Yeah, I can just change them. That's a good point. I will at some point. But in Ableton you can't. Okay, so now this is here. This is kind of cool. I'm going to add a big delay to this one. Let's do delay here. This is a cool delay plugin. Bit will start with normal delay, a.attack tape echo. There should be a feedback here somewhere, right? Yes. bit extra distortion on there. That sounds nice. Now it fades out nicely. I got used to Cubase once, so I changed all Reaper to mimic Cubase. Yeah, that's what I like about Reaper. I need to sit down one day and just do it, but you can technically just do whatever you want in terms of shortcuts. Let me close out of this group. We have some more stuff up here. I don't even know if this is the way that I like it. Oh yeah, this is... That's not where I want it, I think. I think I want this here. Let's see what these other ones are. I hope there's some percussive stuff in here. Yes, there is. I think both of these are useful in the length that they are. So I'm going to freeze them both at the same length. I think. Yeah, flatten. There we are. Oh, this one is strange. It's because it loops. And this one, let's keep it all organized. Been live for 2 hours. All we have done is put some ambience in the intro. The intro and the first part of the drop. But this is one of those projects that I could spend days producing, right? I think everybody has those, the ones that just don't fall into place immediately, but you want to keep going because of sunken cost fallacy or whatever. I'll have this. I like that. Minus 20 though. Very quiet in the background kind of thing. Let's align this properly. Here, and then there. And then this just becomes a loop. These two are aligned nicely, right? The halfway point between here, and then at the halfway point here. I'm very soon publishing... I say halfway point, that makes no sense. I'm very soon publishing a tutorial, and then it will make sense what I mean. It has to do with the way that I usually arrange stuff. Want some more high end back in here. going to have the matrix vocals right in the electronic part, I think. Or that will be the electronic part, I would say. I'll have this one here. I don't think I like it changing key, which means that I'm going to duplicate it once more and then just reverse it into itself. Slight crossfade here. This one goes up top because that's one where we sampled from. Okay, I'm starting to like where we're going with this one. Now if we start to add all of the modulations and stuff, it should become cool. What is this? Does it have anything on it? Oh, it does. This might be a cool element for in here. Nice dark thing. That's pretty cool. That's I'm just going for one of these, I think, every 16 bars. As well as just one of these. And then I'll have the flute in here. I think that's a good idea. This, there and there. Oh, these are 4 different ones. We need to copy over the 4 different ones. So this is going to, I think, slightly fade up towards the end here. I say slightly, actually. And then we'll have a very long delay on those as well, so that it nicely fades out into the drop. This one is quite loud. I might not want this here. Neither do I want that. What other sound do we have that just starts there? Is that this one? No, right? Neither is it this one. Ah, it's this guy. Okay, let's then just have this fade in over time. Oh, in order to do that, we will consolidate this one. So in trance, what names do you recommend to listen? If you go to my Discord, there should be a playlist of everything that I like and therefore recommend. I believe, let me check. Yeah, in the landing page, you can see the latest post. I often get questions about which music I listen to. I usually listen offline using WAV files, but I decided to make a playlist on Spotify that has my favorite stuff in it. And then there's a link in there. I think you can find it under the artist pick. Right? It doesn't show up. This is my own favorite music. Psychedelic favorites. This is my Spotify playlist. I'll post this in the live stream chat. This is what I listen to offline from other artists. Not just only other artists, not myself, is in there. This isn't lined up properly, right? Or it is, yeah. Strange. I think I'll have this somewhere else, this vocal thing, because I like how it sounds on its own. Might have this here and make this into an area for this one here. This has a nice big delay on it. Very much a background sound. There's a lot of stuff happening here, I think. Maybe a bit too much. Yeah, that one doesn't work there. I would say that this should then be here. Let's maybe stop with this one. This one. I like this sound. I want that in the intro for sure. Here and here. I just don't want the warmth from this one because I don't like how that mid-range of this one sounds, I would say. So something more like this, and then with a long delay tail on there, like a very slow one. I want this one to fade in here so that it doesn't cut out the vocal. Let's have these play at 0 dB. This one, yeah, this one is too loud as well. But let's have this do. Let's have this do the sub. It's actually not faded in. I'm actually going to open up the filter on this one here. I like that change, that the vocal doesn't really start on the beat. Normally I always end my vocals right here on the beat, and this gives this track a little bit more space. What I want to do with that space is automate out some of these pads already. Maybe like this. I won't immediately start with these elements either. I'm going to save as well for now. Don't want to lose these 2 hours of progress either. I think this is a better way or a better production than I had it before, when we lost all of the progress we made. This one is a bit loud, because it also sits through the whole thing. I don't know if I want this in the drop at all. It doesn't sound like it fits. I'm going to echo out this one for a longer time. Is your kick sidechaining everything? No, it's a bad idea the way that I'm producing. I'm basically sidechaining almost nothing. Which is a bad idea. I should get in the habit of sidechaining more. But really, to be honest, for Psytrance, the things that we made and with the loudness that we make it, it doesn't really matter. Like, let's have a look at the waveform now. There's a huge jump when you hit play, maybe something in OBS, I don't know. I'll have to check that in the replay. How about now? It might be the kick coming through the microphone and sidechaining in OBS. I can check if that's the case actually. Yeah, if I turn up my speakers too much, it will start to duck. I'll try to get the microphone as far away from there as possible. Can I turn off my monitors? Yes. This is it normally. Is that such a big difference? I can continue. It's annoying for me, but I can do it producing with headphones. If it creates better sound quality for you guys, then I will do that. Oh. It's also a good idea to check on headphones every once in a while. So, in terms of sidechaining, like all of the things to the kick, I'm not sidechaining basically anything. There's a few elements that I sidechain, but you can see what it does in the waveform not sidechaining. It doesn't really matter. Like there's no big peaks anywhere. The real big peaks start to come with the snare here. This is the snare transient and the kick transient colliding, which is easily fixable by removing the snare transient.
Matrix.
Okay. There's a few more elements that we can potentially work with. Let's have a listen. This might be cool to have in the third part. I'm just going to create new tracks for them. Here. And this was something that will fade in. And I'm just going to gate it like with this one. Is this not on the right thing? No. EQ, I'll get rid of the mid-range from this one. I just want the those kind of frequencies there. Oh. Yeah, I can now put the same thing here. I gained a lot of volume for the stream. Yes, because it's no longer ducking on the speakers, I think. It should be ducking when I'm speaking though. It's just the way that I've set my OBS up for speaker stuff. Because I got a lot of complaints that my own voice wasn't audible like in the music whenever I was playing music, so I had it duck a whole bunch. And then obviously it was too much for like playing through the speakers in this project. But now with the headphones, everything should be okay and working. How do I want to do this? I think I want to reverse this one. And then, seeing as we're going in high energetic parts here, we're going to fade this out. And then I want a final one for these vocals here. And all of this is going to go through a delay. You end up with a lot of tracks doing all of this ambient stuff. Delay, let's go with this one. Sync, first of all, 1/8 dotted. Let's see. That's a lot louder than I want it to be. We want to set this at -20. It's a bit too much feedback, I would say. We'll give it a nice high pass so that that lower stab doesn't. I think I like this. Let's see. Oh, is there no... Why is this so late? Is it only... It's set to wet only. Ah, this is it. We don't want that, yeah. I think this one needs to go a bar earlier. It's starting to get pretty full in here, I think. You should reconsider never using the monitors for streaming. Everything sounds much better, no more comb filtering for the monitors. This stems from when I wanted to do mixing on stream, and for mixing I'm not going to do that on headphones. I want to do that on my speakers because that's what I know how to use. don't want to use that. I think what I'll do with these sounds, these three, is I'll move them to a different spot that needs atmosphere. Let's see, where can I drop them off for now? Maybe here. Just aligning it like this is probably going to work better. This is very mid-range heavy.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's. Now let's begin. 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 Now let's begin.
I think it should be like this.
Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's begin. Now let's begin.
Okay. Oh. Let's see what happens if I unwarp this and then turn it down. That might be a bit too dark. We can actually do the opposite, yeah. Just make this like a short fading in kind of atmosphere. That's cool. Let's place this in here somewhere. We'll find a spot for it. Maybe this is a good sound to transition into the vocal part in the intro. With a nice delay on there. We'll go with delay again. Delay is a free delay plugin and it has this very nice diffusion here. So let's go 1/8 dotted and just add some diffusion to it, which is essentially reverb. It doesn't feel like it's in the right space, I would say. Maybe here. I want my flute to be a little bit louder. I want my arp to be a bit quieter. I like that one. There's one that bothers me here. This one. Ah, we need to turn this off, obviously. Okay, I like this. I like where we're going with the track. I'm going to drag up all of the things that I don't want anymore. This one as well. I don't even remember where this is from. Oh, this one. Yeah, we don't want that. I think I'm going to turn off the distortion on this one. See if we can make that fit in better. Thank you. Which one is the one that's going up suddenly in volume here? This. We don't want this so loud. Ah, that's what's bothering me. This feels 2 bars long, and all of these effects are on 1 bar. Let's fix that. At least I think, right? Oh no, not this one. This one. There. Actually going to make this one shorter and have it come in later. Rise up until this point. We'll have some kind of fade in for there as well. Am I using that lowest audio track? No, I'm not. Let's find a nice riser. I'm just going to try to get the noise from this. That's nice. We'll go minus, probably more than minus 15. I'm going to reverse this in here. Ah, this vocal is in there. That's what's bothering me.
Matrix. 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 Matrix.
I think that timing works for me. I want to see if there's any other elements. I feel like there's still one element that is bothering me rising into here. Maybe it's this one.
Matrix.
It is quite loud, this one, right?
Matrix.
Let's see without it.
Matrix.
Okay, so it's not actually that one. There's some other high frequency stuff happening. Maybe it's this guy. This is part of it, but it's again not the... I think it's this one. Yeah, this is what's bothering me. I like the high-end stuff in here, so I'm going to keep that there. We actually already use it once, so I'm comfortable keeping this in here. Spare some CPU resources, yes. What it also does is it forces me to commit to the sounds that I have here. And once I'm completely happy with the sounds that I have, any residue like this stuff here, all of the stuff that we haven't used and all of the stuff that I could use to sound design more, I just delete that. That way I have everything in audio, so it saves on CPU, but it also saves me going back and making endless changes.
Matrix.
Okay, for this one we have I don't think it really makes sense having two segments end in 2-bar fills. So this does not have any automation on it, I think, which is nice. That means they can duplicate all of this stuff over without having to worry. This down lifter is bothering me as well. I'm going to turn that way down here. Here we have the same problem with this vocal. I don't want that taking up the fill. I also feel like maybe there's a bit much mid-range in there. So
Matrix.
it's sounding a lot nicer, a lot bigger than it was before. I like it. Let me quickly save. What I'm going to do, since it's been 2.5 hours, is I'm going to take a quick break, 10-15 minutes. I'm going to get a little bit of a rest on the ears. I will play a different project, a different track. Some stuff from after the album that isn't going to release on the album, or do you guys want to hear some album stuff? I'm looking also at the length. These ones are very long, so I'll use this one. This is the longest track that I have, apart from this one, but that's because there's an error in the render. That's like halfway silence. And that's also a secret project that you guys will not hear today. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll leave this playing on. This is one of the productions that I'm working on for after the album. This would be an opening track for a set, something that I don't have a set opener. So this has a long intro. As you can see, it almost starts at 4 minutes. But yeah, it's a nice sidetrans track. I did do all of the production. It's a very big production, almost 300 audio tracks in total. But I have to redo all of the mixing and the mastering because I don't like it. Taking a quick break. Mic goes off and then camera.
speed of light. Dimensional reality.
Am I the only one that hears volume drops time to time? Might still be some issue with the sidechaining on the microphone. For one, my headphone volumes is very loud.
Topics where a lot of times people ask me if I believe the Big Bang. Instead of
Oh,
saying that
I just turned off my audio engine.
overwhelming evidence that the universe was once very small and very hot. That much
Should be back.
is true.
Yes. I forget that you cannot turn it off, you can just only minimize it. Thank you. Glad you like this. I'll let it play out. It's been a while since I heard this last part of the track as well. It's a nice song, but the mix is terrible. Listening back to it now. Which I mean is okay. I was planning on redoing my mixes anyway, like I always do. Like this lead is way too loud. Yeah, there's a lot going on in this project for this track. I think it's over 300 audio tracks, if I remember correctly. It's a huge production. But that's mainly because the intro, basically all of the sounds in the intro don't appear anywhere else. So all of the atmospheres and all of the different things in there kind of make it a lot bigger of a project than it is. I'm going to spend just a little bit of time fixing this. We also made this one shorter and this one longer instead. That seems fixed. Okay. So let's cross off some things. This I didn't do. We want more effects. I did get a main synth. We have drop 1-2 is basically finished. So let's see. Transition into the main break is one of the things that I have on here. I think we should maybe fade out this lead over the last bit. Maybe have it fade like this as well. I think that's already a lot better. Maybe we can play with some of the atmospheres that sit in here. Let's find a cool one. This one here. Which we can use right here, like this. Kind of announces that the break is coming in a cool way. Can also have this one here. Let's see what this one sounds like. I want to carry over some of the theming elements from here. So that one. Oh, I do want a big one here. That's cool. I want some more. Let's see. This one here. This just adds a little bit of, yeah, high-end atmosphere.
Now simulation.
Going to make it a bit louder, this one. Maybe not. That's not the right sound for here. This one is, and I'm going to just turn up this one then. I don't like the ending of it here.
Now simulation. Now simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
See, what else do we have? We have this, which is interesting as well. I'm just trying to fill up the space here, essentially. Nice speech. We work it. I think I'll just leave the vocals in there as they are right now. There's not much more that I would want to do on them, I think. I should play it from here because otherwise this one doesn't work.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Let's see, we have this vocal thing in here. We can place that in here maybe. Just have that come in very, very late. This part also needs more stuff happening, so we'll use the same elements for that as well. a little bit of extra delay on here. I was hoping that there were some like very high frequencies. To make it sound a bit more natural. It does seem like there is some stuff down there, but the amount of boosting that you need to do, you would almost say that it's maybe some noise in the sample. That does sound a lot better. To remove this vocal already, but here we're going to again go back more into the synths.
Now let's begin.
Slightly. This element I'm not sure about. Leave that as it is. I like how that sounds. I'm just signing some elements orange because I don't like how they sound. Actually, I should do that here as well because I feel like here what I want to do here is a little bit of a fill, I think. While we're here, I should freeze these. I'm starting to get a bit of a sore throat. That is because it's been 3 hours of streaming, I think, as well. Okay, please finish, Ableton. There we are. Oh yeah, this is a mess. Look at that. Yeah, I want these to not fade into the next bit, obviously. And for this one, I'm probably just going to stop it altogether. And then also we'll have this one here. Turn off its dry wet for the delay. Here's a cool thing that we can try. I'm going to record the last bar here, the delay on this. So that's 70. What would be cool is to take this delay cycle that we've now recorded and kind of fade into it, maybe. Wait, how did I do that? Sorry again. This should be enough, and then we should be able to... Or is that not aligned? This is not aligned. Aha. Okay, so this should hopefully work. I don't know if it's going to sound good though. I basically am reversing the delay parts here. Let's see, like this. It's not really what I wanted, not really what I was looking for. Let's see if we want a different sound altogether. Maybe just a drum fill or something like that. This vocal is still bothering me, so I'm going to turn it down a bit more. Yeah, some snares, some other drums maybe. Maybe I'll do a little kick roll in here as well. Are these banned? I don't think they are. Maybe something simple like that is already enough. Because the transition is not that big, right? This sound.
Computer-coded reality, or some type of computer construct.
can use this one again, maybe on there, for a little bit of ambience. Maybe have that come in late like this.
Now let's begin.
I recently changed the melody in this part. I don't know if I still like that. Maybe I'll just go with the non-melodic thing here instead. I don't really like it jumping around. I think it's nicer to have this not melodic, because we have a melody in here and in here. So drop number 2 is basically different in that it's not melodic. I'm also not entirely sure about this synth either. This one here. I want to do a bit of recording here to see what the waveform does. Maybe it's too loud in the break. That's quite the impact. I think it's the impact sound itself that is loud. Yeah, that's -8. That's fairly loud. Let's put you at -14 maybe. That already looks a lot better. I want it to be quieter obviously than the kick and bass itself, but I do think that it can have a nice bit of volume overall, this part of the break. This is the loudest part of the break, and then here it kind of slows down before going back into the drop. Honestly, what I wanted to do for today is really take this project to a level where I was happy with it, like creatively, which we have done with all of the atmospheres and stuff. Let's see. Yes, overall more interesting fills. Let's see where we can make some more interesting fill stuff. Maybe this one. We do have a lot of space there. I don't even know if I want to have this at the start. Maybe if I don't. we can take the last bit here. Here it shoots up, which we don't want. We'll have it come in over time. Hello? I should be back. I was buffering for a little bit, I think. It seems like everything is in order again. Okay. So as I was saying, I want an atmosphere in here that is going to kind of fade into that point. Let's see. The annoying thing is that I don't want to use the same ones over and over again, but I feel like I do. This is the one we used to go into the break. That's the flute. I think we already used that one. This might be cool. Okay, so that's right here. And we want this to go up until here and then stop. That's already kind of cool. What I want to do is copy over the stuff that I used in this synth or in this fill here and play with it a little bit so that it fits that fill as well. So I'm not going to have this stuff in here, I think. That's the main part of the other one, but I'll have some of this in here. I think that sounds nice in terms of change. I have little pauses in here. I don't want that. I think this will be always the same for every MIDI that I have in here. So I can just duplicate this over. And we should end up with no gaps anywhere. This sounds terrible. Let's do some distortion on here. I like that little change feeling. A little bit higher. I like that, and what I'm going to do is switch these two around. I'll mix these in later. I'll still keep them orange because I don't know if I wanted to have some elements that just don't have a delay in here, but that really contrasts most of the time. If you put it in a level that you can actually hear it, it contrasts way too much with the parts that do have a delay on it. So there's some magic going on there that I don't know. I want to start going down here earlier.
What we are in right now is like computer-coded reality, or some type of computer construct.
I'm going to do with the high pass is I'm going to have the high pass go down on the kick alone.
What we are in right now is like computer-coded reality, or some type of computer construct.
I don't know, it doesn't work. I don't like it. Maybe without a sub like this and the gain actually lowering a bit.
What we are in right now is like computer-coded reality, or some type of
Basically the kick does the opposite of the bass line. this is a fill here. I think maybe you could add one more riser to be together with that riser. This one here. This one doesn't really rise. I think this one comes in a little bit too early, maybe. Let's see what happens if we...
What we are in right now is like computer coded reality.
Or let's just have its volume, like, come in a bit later.
What we or some type of computer construct.
With a bit of a sweep there, yeah, that would be nice. Let's have this one in here.
Computer construct. Or some type of computer construct.
Cyder is finally home. Nice. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, actually. You never left. Uh-huh. Was always playing on the background. But if you just got home, was I playing in the background while you were driving?
Now let's begin.
Uh-huh. You know, driving under the influence, even if it's the influence of me, is not something to boast about. Okay? It's not a good thing. Good people don't drive under the influence. Not even under the influence of psytrance. Okay, so this switch up here, it's cool, but it doesn't work for me. I think the change in synth is what is bothering me here. If we go back to the old one here. I wanted to have this in here because I like the synth itself, but... Or what if we don't do anything and then just go full atmospheric again? Put some background atmospheres back in here. That would mean that we could do like this. I would not have it again here then. I think it's nicer without the synth in there, to be honest. With a few more atmospheres, we can make that work. Which can bring the flute back. Let's do the flute and that thing. So that's here. right? I mean, the spacing is not right, but the position is. I'm going to bring these in here then. Even though I like these sounds, I feel like they're not in the right spot. Yeah, they start like half a thing early. Which I don't like. Just going to make these shorter and move them along. I have a question. How many leads is it okay to have on top of each other? I'm not talking about the one shots, but the constant arps, melodies, grids, and those kind of leads. What is your approach to this? So, that's a good topic. When I started this production in particular, I went back and I listened to the track Deep Jungle Walk by Asterix. And what I noticed is that he, in his productions, not just in that production, but in almost all of his productions, he just doesn't mix leads. He will have one main lead for each section, which is whatever sequence or ARP or whatever you have. And then he will supplement that with one shots. Or he will just have pieces of the track where there's just one shots. That is the approach that I'm using in this project. And I think the reasoning behind this is because then it allows you to really take that lead, that one single idea, and really make it the core of that part of your track. What I've always found not so much annoying, but what I've always kind of criticized other people for, or not even criticized, given feedback to other producers, is that they in their track don't have main elements. And what that leads to is that they have like 5 sequences all layered on top of each other, where none of the sequences are like the defining element of your track. So if you can get multiple sequences on top of each other, which is okay to do, then I would suggest that you have one sequence or one lead idea that is the main lead idea, and every other sequence that sits in there is supporting. But in general, there's no like golden rule or of like you have to use one element or you have to use just 2. You can do as many as you want, but it's just going to make your life a little bit harder because you have to mix them in all together and you have to set priorities, right? You have to make it so that if you want your track to be memorable, at least one of the leads stands out and is rememberable. It's not just a bunch of different glitchy things that are happening. Even in stuff like High Tech, if you really listen to High Tech, you'll hear that it's a bunch of different lead ideas all thrown about and put together, but there's one kind of main theme throughout it all, whether that be some kind of modulation or some kind of repeating sound, whatever it is, and you'll hear that it's mixed to be just slightly above all of the other stuff. Hello, Mindbee. How are you doing? So it doesn't matter, is the quick answer to that question. What matters is how you put it all together. I literally cannot show you an example of this in action because all of the leads here are single elements. I cannot show you like, I guess the best example is this, where this is kind of a sequence. It's not playing all the time, but it's that little plug that sits in here. You can hear how it's really sitting behind the lead. I'm tired but glad to find your stream. Nice. Now let's hopefully create some high energy entertainment for everybody to get Mindbee back on not being tired. SA is also live. That's somebody that I don't know. I actually don't watch too much YouTube, to be honest. Like tutorials from other people. I watch Dash and Ollie and Mew Productions, but there's a lot of smaller channels, which technically includes mine, which it's hard to follow in the Sidetrans space, but because there's also a lot of channels that are like 100, 200 subscribers. State Azure. Never heard about it. Ooh. Ableton wants to become darker for some reason. But don't see him in the comments before. Maybe I have. Yeah, so he is bigger than me actually. Quite a lot. Ambient tracks. I'll subscribe to him. Have you considered slightly turning down the sidechain on your voice? Yes, we had it that way, but in the last stream somebody suggested for me to turn it up. So I can go back now and turn it down again. Okay, so let's set the ratio to lower. We go from 7 to 3.5, which means that I have halved the amount of compression that is happening on my voice on the desktop. You know, it happens all the time, but to be honest, I think I can even take it off for now. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. I think we'll still hear you when you say over the music if you turn it down a little bit. Yes, that's also true, but at the start of this stream I had somebody ask me to turn it up, the music that is. So yeah, I have to make a little bit of a balance here. So I'll try out different things. If a lot of people say, oh, the sidechain is a problem, like before during the break we also had people say that the music was dropping out every once in a while. No need to apologize. It's good that you put input in the stream. I want that. But I have to, I take your inputs as well as everybody else's input, and then once I see that multiple people say, oh, there's a problem with the sidechaining, I'll go ahead like I did now and turn down the sidechaining a bit. So do you have a main lead throughout the whole track with different variations? If not, how do you make sure that the parts glue together nicely? I don't have a main lead in here because I don't want to have parts glued together nicely. I want one part of the track be distinguishable from the other. So this is an acid line, which is different from this, which is again different from this. Although these two leads are very similar in style. So they have the same kind of grittiness, which is a good thing because they immediately follow each other. One of the things that you can do is have similar sound design. And I've gotten to the point in my sound design like scale where I can identify sounds by categories. So I would call both of these sounds gritty FM sounds, even though this one for sure doesn't use FM. I'm almost certain that this doesn't use FM. No FM in here. So this is some kind of crazy thing that I'm doing with the distortion or whatever. But either way, it sounds to me like an FM kind of sound. I'm going to save, by the way. I saw the little loading wheel and I immediately had the urge to save my project. So what I do, which is interesting, is if you want a good transition, like from this element here to this one here, or here, or wherever you transition, you want the sound design to fall in the same kind of category. These are basic kind of questions, but I'm struggling with this stuff right now. I wouldn't say that it's like basic stuff. Keep in mind though, the kind of sidetrans that I make, or that I like to make, is very heavily themed, which means that in terms of things standing out and being memorable, it needs more of that. when you look at something like Forest or Darkside or even Full On, it's okay to have a track in your set that is not really that memorable. But that's not the kind of music that I like to produce. I like to make music that people will remember. At least that is what I try to do. So for that, I'm looking for elements that specifically stand out. And elements that stand out, that are not like common, it's really hard to match against them. Because by virtue of standing out, there's something special about that element. But in this case, I think the standing out elements, they both stand out in the sense that they're both nice, cool synths. They're categorically the same, but they are different. They are different in the rhythm that they play, and they are different in not even the melody they play, but they are slightly different in the sound design. Oh, this does have a melody, right. This is melodic, and then this is completely monotone, so there's not a difference in here. I also like this idea. Something should be a bit on your face, maybe, just to be remembered more. On my face or in my face? I assume you mean in my face, right? The foreground kind of feeling. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. If you want something that stands out, right? That does not have to mean that it's like very distorted or something like that. For example, the track that I showed in the break is a very good example of something that is not in your face like sound design wise, but still very memorable. Because in the intro, right, if you remember the intro, I think you'll know if I say it before I play it. For those who are listening during this part of the track, there's those big vocal pads, these ones. There's also those big plugs in there. All of that stuff was made to be memorable, right? From the intro plug where it starts for the first time. Somewhere here. It's not really in your face, it's not really that distorted, it's not really that loud, but it's still unique. And that's kind of what I'm looking for in different sounds. That's why before, at the beginning of the stream, I was hammering down on finding main elements for the intro. Because the intro wasn't as memorable as I wanted it to be. I still think it's still a little bit of a weak intro. The only thing I really like is this synth in here. Thank you for the tip. £2. I have no idea what that is in euros. I think 3 or something like that. But it changes all the time. Either way, thank you very much for your donation. I really appreciate it. The only thing that stands out in this intro is the vocal. I would say overall the flow of this track is really nice. I like how we flow into that piano thing there. Okay, here I want to take away, I think this one. Yeah, let's turn that off for now. Do I use that anywhere else? I do. Okay. want to see here if that's all stuff that's turned off, then this is... There's some kind of vocal thing in here, vocal pad maybe. Is that one? I want this to be like this, I think. I like the little stop and then go again kind of feel. I'll have this come in a bit later so that it follows the arc. These are sounds that I want to use throughout more parts of the track as well. This might be a good spot to put them. And here's some things that we need to check later.
What we are in right now is fine.
Okay, so let's focus on this bit. Here, I just added these elements, right? Which sound really cool, but they collide with this element. Now, in this track, here's a little lesson in arrangement. We have the element already sitting at 1/4 and 3/4 of the section. This is the drop, right? We can see here, this is the drop. We can measure from the end to the start, here to here. This is the halfway point, this is 3/4, this is 1/4. What we want, essentially, with basically all of our items, all of our elements, is that they maintain the same structure throughout the track, so that it doesn't become confusing to the listener. Very essentially. There's exceptions to this rule, but that's usually what you want to do. Now here, we have an issue because there's two elements really layered on top of each other. This one already has a function here, so it's really hard for me to move them off the structure already. One of the solutions could be to put this off the structure, which is not something that I want to do because I don't like how this is probably going to go into the break, and the only real other structure that makes sense for this element is like right there, because otherwise it's going to either clog up the fill if I put it 8 bars earlier, or it's going to sit in some kind of random spot. I would like it to be kind of like a main element, right? So it's either going to be at the halfway point, at the 1/4 point, or at the start and the finish, whatever. Or I should say, it's either going to be at the end and halfway point, it's going to be at the start, right before the start, and the halfway point, or at the quarters. Those are really like the main options for main big elements. So that means that for this whole bit, what I can do is move this along. This will now still have the same structure everywhere, but it might fade into here. Maybe we want to stop this element here, and I see that we also have some conflict in here. I'm going to stop that element in there. So now we kind of reused this element as this element here, and we ended up with one extra element right in here. actually don't think I want this in the fill. Thinking about it a bit more, I think I'll have that here at the halfway point. So that our fill is nice and clean. This one I'm going to turn off for now. Okay, so in terms of energy, we're kind of going overboard here. I'm going to turn this one off. I want to leave that one there. I don't even know if I want this here. And I do think that I want to keep the vocal, even though the vocal is fairly high energy, I would say. Or we can try this. Have the vocal right before. Right here. Indeed, my sidechain is a bit too sensitive. Okay. I'm just gonna half the threshold a little bit. See what that does. Now it's maybe not sensitive enough. Or is it better like this? Like if I talk now, can you hear me? And can you still hear the music? Seems better, okay. Because now it indicates that my music is louder than my voice. But maybe that's something that I want. I don't know, I'll watch the stream back as well for myself. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to then turn my music down by 60 dB. And now I should be going over it as well. I'll play this here. Let's see like this. If I talk now, can you hear me better? But maybe not sensitive enough now. Okay, from minus 35 to minus 45. Let's try that. Let's see like this. It's a bit more. Also, if I talk like this, it's probably going to be more than if I talk like this while I'm looking at the volumes myself. Because I'm moving away from the microphone. This element is a bit loud here, and it was a bit loud in the other part as well. I'll rely on you guys to tell me if it's good enough now. I really like how we're breaking down the energy in this fill. That worked out very nice. Sounds good to me. Nice. I would say this element is still maybe a bit too loud in here. At the start. I do like the sound that we're getting from the delay. So what I want to do is I want to duck its volume after the delay, so that the delay itself still gets that sound in there. I'm just gonna have it go up over time. Let's get you to 0 dB and then have this at -7 maybe. Nice, this is a better transition than we had before, I think. This is a loud one. I'll happens if I turn the flute up all the way here?
Now, simulation theory is...
We also have bass in here. Going to turn that down as well a bit. Will add new elements, new sound design into this track? Yes. All of the orange stuff that you see here, at some point I need to replace and redo. At least.
Now, simulation theory is...
We have some strong vocal in here. That might be one of the atmospheres. I think it's all of these combined. Projector is also looking orange because of the lighting. I get that a lot. It's very annoying. The lighting changes a lot. I can see it in my OBS. I am being orange again. But I could say that it's part of my brand. This is not the sound that I'm looking for though, is it? It's not this one either. There's this loud delayed vocal coming in. It can't be this, because that's not playing then. It can be this. No, that's going away. I'm going to record this group here. I'm going to record this group and we'll use that in audio because it changes where it plays as well. You like the orange color? Nice. Well, then we make it part of my branding. I feel like this is maybe it, partially it, but it doesn't sound like the vocal thing that I heard becoming so loud. I think I'll check in a little bit once we get to the end here. Yeah, okay, so this is it. This is doing the thing that I'm thinking it's doing. Let's have it fade out to halfway. We don't have it fading out all the way. I always loved orange. Well, it's a way to show my Dutch heritage. It's a good thing, I think. Orange heart. Okay, so this goes to 0 and then this goes to -15. We can check volume like this. Oh yeah, you can see the waveform, it's becoming more. So I don't want it to become too loud towards the end there. You can really see it going up in the left channel actually. Oh. Zero, and then we'll go down No, 5 dB, something like that. Let's see what that sounds like. Now we can also play from like here. Going to have these filter in, because otherwise the transition doesn't work.
Now, simulation theory.
I'll have the filter open up like that so it really pauses.
Now, simulation theory.
This one takes a long time to get started. That's strange. Okay, in order to fix that, I'm going to make it 2 bars longer. Set all of its automations longer, like this. And then we'll freeze it and move it forward. While this is doing that, it's time to pour myself another drink. It's almost been 4 hours though. I am going to quit streaming in a little bit. I have some editing to do, otherwise the Patreons won't get their videos in time. Actually, I have some very big videos coming out. 2 videos next week, which are over 40 minutes long. And then another video. And some shorts as well. So a lot of different stuff coming out. Of course, all of the mixing tips that I turned into a video recently, those are now coming out as shorts. And then it's off to some sound design things that I still have to film for the shorts. Okay. Yeah, do you see how it comes in late, this sound? That's kind of strange. I wonder why. I'll just move it forward, I guess.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
I do like that. That sounds better. Another thing that I want to check is this part here. These are these 2 things here. And I want to make it so that they are on the beat. I don't think they are right now. It doesn't sound to it like it for me. You try to granularize the speech, or you want to keep it like this? The speech is going to stay like this, I think. I like the kind of slightly distorted, slightly radio voice for these kind of things. Yeah, so this is not on any kind of beat. Maybe here I do want that. Oh. Let's see what happens if I just make this on beat first of all. Is this correct? Yes. Maybe some little glitch sometimes. For these kind of melodic elements, I really don't like that. Especially as if they are in the break. I could see that work if this was part of a drop. I'm going to remove that flute from there. It's bothering me a bit. Maybe I'll even if this no longer... This now works. This was the element that kind of told me that this ARP was off. And now it works. Now it works in terms of beat-wise.
Is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world.
Let's have a listen to what the volume is doing here now. Should be a lot lower, which is kind of what I'm going for here. Where did I get the speech from? Good question. I've definitely recorded it from somewhere. So this is either somewhere from YouTube or another platform that I use. It's kind of like my trade secret, where I get my vocals from as a producer. It's the one thing that you cannot really show in tutorials or something like that. So it's not something that that I'm like easy to explain.
That the world that we live in.
But it's
not
either...
the world, but
I think this is sampled from somewhere.
that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Yeah, it's kind of asking the chef for the recipe to his best-selling dish. Right, this is what I feel gives the identity to my track, the vocals and the way that I use and find vocals. And I have a production coming up that is really heavy on the vocals. So that would be like a good example of this. But to me, it's like, as I said, it's like asking a chef for the recipe to his best-selling dish. It's the one thing that I'll keep a secret and never really share. Of course, I'll give you pointers of like, oh, I sampled it from somewhere, and I can even tell you if you want to find cool vocals. One good way to do it is to, in YouTube, not when you search for something, you just put in the search term that you want to find, that you want to theme your track towards. And then instead of going by relevance, you search by upload date. And then you'll get all of the newest videos. And a lot of the videos, if you know your search terms, if you know good searching on YouTube, a lot of the videos are very usable. Like documentaries, mini documentaries, anything. Even just, here's a trade secret. I'll give you one trade secret. ASMR channels. ASMR channels are very nice for vocals in psytrance because they have that kind of whisper to it, and it's really easy with a little bit of processing to make that whisper sound how would you call that? Almost like grandiose. It still sounds like it's being whispered, but you can make it like really wide and really big sounding. That's all that I'm going to say. But I have specific channels and specific places that I go to, specific search terms that I find, specific methods of processing, removing any background music from the vocals. That's usually a key part. I won't tell you how I do that, but you'll probably be able to find that out in like 10 minutes. It's not hard to find. But hopefully that was helpful enough. I won't share anymore, okay? In fact, I think I'll be done for the sharing for today. 4 hours of streaming, that's enough for me. So I'll play today's production through one more time from the start to the end, and then we'll call it a day for today. You pay an ASMR girl on Twitch to say a few stuff. That could work. For the album, I had all of my vocals done through voice actors. I hired 5 voice actors for vocals and just gave them a script and had them speak into a microphone the way I wanted it to. Because then you can also direct the tonality that you want.
Matrix.
I'm not going to fix those things anymore, I just want to remember them. Tried it and it gave me an AI generated speech. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. There's like bots on Fiverr. I went with Fiverr back then. And there's like bots on there that just take things, take commissions and then just do
Right now,
either AI generated speech or even artwork or something like that.
reality, or some type of computer construct.
Could have been recording the waveform while I was doing this. You go to sleep. We're almost done here, so good night to you as well.
Now, simulation theory,
If you wait up until here, then the stream is finished.
the idea that we are living in a simulation, that the world that we live
Actually,
in
3
is
minutes,
not the real world,
and then I'm done.
but it's just a simulation that somehow we
Either way, it's your call.
hallucinating
If you're tired, then you should go to
and
sleep.
cocooned inside the matrix while we all live out our lives.
It's my original baseline.
Now let's begin.
Yeah, this is just a kick and bass. Okay. I'm gonna end it here. Thank you guys all for watching. I had a wonderful time. I actually made some progress on this. Let me quickly hit Control S so that we don't lose it all again. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here with the stream. Thank you specifically to Cider. Thank you for your donation. That's really appreciated. And next stream will be on Sunday. I might stream a little bit earlier because I might have plans with my parents for a call together to do some discussion for Christmas and stuff. Either way, I'll need to check a little bit, but I'm going to try to stream Sunday, starting at around 4 then, and do another bunch of hours making wavetables. So that should be fun. And then I'm going to, as I said, switch between making wavetables and experimentation streams and just normal production streams like this. And then we'll switch back and forth between different projects as well, for the production part to keep it interesting. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you had a nice evening chilling here with me, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye bye, guys.